Start over. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we're good? Okay, thank you, Tasia.
some random people.
Dollars again.
I would go in the Capitol and go down, and then right down below, because everybody has to come in. You know, because they go to different offices. Everybody has to go to the Capitol.
Taking questions?
They were usually in this one.
Yeah, in this room, if they just walk away. Pardon me? I'm rolling. That's a good idea.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you to my Democratic colleagues for your presence, for your unity, for your strength, and for your leadership. I'm deeply appreciative that we've been joined today by three extraordinary, hardworking American taxpayers, Heather, Jackie, and Jonna, whose lives are being upended by the government shutdown and the Republican healthcare crisis. And they are here to tell their stories. Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress have shut down the government 15 days ago. And they haven't done a damn thing since to try and reopen it. House Democrats are here, reporting for duty. We are ready, we are willing, and we are able to negotiate a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people. Reopen the government and decisively address the Republican health care crisis. But we also need a common sense partner on the other side of the aisle. House Republicans shut the government down. Then they ran out of town. And for the last 3 weeks, they're nowhere to be found. What more can I say? You deserve better. You deserve better. The American people deserve better. House Democrats are fighting to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats are fighting to fix our broken health care system, and House Democrats are fighting to clean up corruption, to deliver a country that actually works for the American people. Donald Trump promised to love and cherish Medicaid. Instead, Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. That's unacceptable. Republicans falsely claim now to be the party of health care, but their policies are closing hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers all throughout the country. That's unacceptable. The Trump administration is giving $20 billion to bail out a right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina. But Republicans are unwilling to spend a dime to provide affordable health care to working-class Americans. That's unacceptable. The American people deserve better. You deserve better. It's time to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's time to prevent tens of millions of Americans from experiencing dramatically increased health care premiums. It's time to make sure that every single American can afford to go see a doctor when they need one. It's time to reopen the government and stand by our hardworking, patriotic federal workers, and it's time to do all of that right now. No further delay. House Republicans need to get back to work. House Democrats are in this fight for working class Americans. We are in this fight for rural America. We are in this fight for urban America. We are in this fight for suburban America. We are in this fight for small town America. We are in this fight for the heartland of America. And we are in this fight for black and brown communities all across America. House Democrats and Senate Democrats are in this fight until we win this fight on behalf of the American people. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save health care. It is now my honor to introduce a registered nurse and a principled health care provider from the great state of Connecticut, Heather Roth.
Good morning, Washington, D.C. My name is Heather Broth. I am a surgical nurse at a small hospital in Norwich, Connecticut, serving patients from both rural and urban communities in the surrounding area. I'm also proud to be the president of our AFT affiliate 5149 in southeastern Connecticut. As healthcare workers, we take pride in giving our patients the very best care because that's what they deserve. We've long struggled with a healthcare system that's strained, which is hard, as it is, but we know it could be even worse. Today I'm here to say that we now are deeply worried that it will be much worse. We know a healthcare crisis is just around the corner because the big ugly bill law enacted by Republicans in Congress and the Trump White House, it's coming. This partisan law slashed Medicaid and allowed healthcare tax credits to expire for working families, all while funding tax breaks for billionaires. That may be great if you have money, but it's going to make life harder and more expensive for everybody else, including more than 100,000 people in Connecticut who will face higher premiums if the tax credits expire. Already, our small community hospital has had one of the busiest years to date. And with cold and flu season just around the corner, healthcare workers are gearing up for the worst respiratory season we've seen since COVID in 2020. We have a nursing shortage. It currently takes months to see a primary care provider and forget about getting an appointment with a specialist in under 6 to 12 months. We have patients sleeping on stretchers in our emergency rooms overnight and on stretchers in hallways while waiting for other patients to be discharged. Sometimes we count up to 30 patients sleeping on those stretchers. We call those dynamic days. It's clear that the cuts coming down the pike have the capacity to dismantle and destabilize our currently understaffed and struggling healthcare system. Hospitals and clinics will close or cut essential services, forcing patients to travel further and wait longer for care. Up to 15 million people could eventually lose their health care coverage, and millions more will see their health care premiums increase. Our communities can't afford groceries right now. How do we expect them to afford significant rate increases to their health insurance? And we know that rural communities will face higher premium increases than other communities if the health care tax credits are allowed to expire. Nationally, nearly a quarter of farmers and ranchers get health care coverage through plans supported by these tax credits. Entire communities will be devastated if the politicians in charge of Congress and the White House don't take action now. The frontline workers are scared. Everyone who's concerned about their own health or a loved one's health should be as well. Asking our friends and neighbors who can't afford food or rent to pay on average more than double out of pocket for their health insurance premiums is going to force people off their health insurance. That won't stop people from needing emergency care, regardless of whether they live in a blue or red community. Communities will suffer. People will get sicker. It's not at all a stretch to say that some of them are going to die. But instead of working with Democrats to lower health care costs, Republicans shut down the government and took a vacation. Many of our patients are hardworking Americans who are about to receive notice that they're losing the tax credit that allows them to afford health care. And Republicans are okay with that. Republicans control Congress and the White House. They should return here and do their job. They should end this government shutdown and work with Democrats to rescue the health care that's now at risk. Our patients and communities deserve no less. And now it is my pleasure to yield to one of my siblings in this fight, Jackie.
My name is Jacqueline Bush Holcomb, and I am 59 years old. I live in Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, in the northeast part of the state of Pennsylvania. In 2008, my career as a mortgage wholesale lender came to a halt due to the festering mortgage crisis. My husband is self-employed as a certified residential appraiser. When I lost my job, we suddenly no longer had health insurance. We obtained insurance coverage for our family, and we paid for the coverage until our premiums became too expensive to afford. In 2014, I needed emergency surgery, but was denied coverage due to a pre-existing condition. We took money from our savings and paid out of pocket over $6,000 for my surgery. I appealed the cost of my out-of-pocket expense for my surgery and waited for a determination. We continued to drain our savings to pay for our health insurance premiums. While waiting for my appeal determination, our premiums increased dramatically. We were at a point where we could no longer afford health insurance. And then in 2015 came the godsend, the Affordable Care Act. We have received health insurance from the ACA since 2015. I currently work for my husband and his appraisal business. Our income fluctuates due to the real estate market. We update our income for coverage through the ACA accordingly as required. Our annual premium rate fluctuates, and we adjust our budget for coverage as we depend more and more on health insurance as we age. Our premiums are likely to double or even triple next year because of Republican cuts to the ACA. We will not be able to afford this drastic increase, especially since our other costs like food are going up as well. My husband is 62 years old and I am 59 years old. We cannot afford a sudden increase for health insurance, and we will have to go without coverage. We are just one American family having this discussion and realizing that we are taking a gamble on our own lives. We have depended on our health care coverage to keep us healthy, and I am thankful to say we are healthy right now. By forcing us to go without health insurance, Republicans will steal the good health from us that we currently have. Instead of working with Democrats to find a solution, Republicans have shut down the government and fled D.C. I am requesting, pleading, and now demanding that Republicans do their jobs and protect the millions of Americans like me who rely on the Affordable Care Act. Thank you. I will now yield to Jana.
My name is Jana Higgins-Fries, and my family has lived, farmed, and worked in Iowa since the 1850s. I'm here today as a private citizen and mother of 2 kids with critical and chronic illnesses who use Medicaid. When Senator Joni Ernst and Representative Marionette Miller-Meeks were voting for the big, brutal bill to take working people's money away from Medicaid and Social Security to give handouts to the rich, someone shouted to Ernst that gutting Medicaid would kill an estimated 51,000 people next year, and Ernst said, "We're all going to die." My babies were both sick. My babies were both sick from the instant they were born in Iowa City. My older son already died. He was born in cardiac arrest. I lay in the silent delivery room while the doctors and nurses were scared, waiting to see whether my kid could be resuscitated. So I don't need my elected officials to tell me that we're all going to die. I need representatives like Miller-Meeks to stop stealing the money that helps my kids have a good life. To Representative Marionette Miller-Meeks, who said hell will freeze over before she holds a public town hall or agrees to meet with me and tell me to my face that my kids should just die, I say, you took an oath as a physician to do no harm. But you have shut down the government because you refuse to make sure people can go to the doctor and get their medications. I haven't slept through the night in months. I wake up terrified about a lot of things this regime is doing that hurt the people I love, including how my family can live with these Medicaid cuts. There are 600,000 other Iowans just like me who can't live without Medicaid. That's nearly 1 in 5 Iowans. And many of them don't even know they're on Medicaid because it's been privatized and called Molina, Iowa Total Care, or WellPoint. Or they just know they're on a waiver and they don't even know that's Medicaid. For our kids, Medicaid pays for health insurance and health care as a backup to our private insurance. Medicaid pays for prescriptions. Medicaid also pays for respite care. The state agrees that one of my kids needs 17 to 24 hours of care a day. For the first 9 years, my family, including our neighbors, did that on our own. Then, after 3 years on the waiting list, we started using respite through Medicaid. And the respite workers would take my son to the River Bandits game with Nana and Grandpa, feed him and give him his meds, or play Uno with him. And we could better care for our younger son, or just sit down a minute without worrying about meds and feedings every single second. Or his respite workers would take him to visit our friend Ada in Cedar Falls, who's also on Medicaid. Ada is 26. She's nonverbal, requires help with toileting, constant monitoring for seizures, and assistance with movement. What's going to happen to Ada and her family as these cuts kick in? Now, my son is living in a group home, which has been so good for him and for us. And already, before the cuts, there's an 8-year wait list to get Medicaid that supports housing. After the cuts, who knows? I did 2 years of AmeriCorps National Service, and my father and grandparents served in the military in World War II to defend government of, by, and for the people, not a government of, by, and for the billionaires.
Right.
We are the richest country in the history of the world. I don't know why we let Republicans waste our time saying that we can't provide health care for everyone. There's enough for everything for everyone, as long as we don't let Republicans and the rich steal more than half of it off the top.
Thank you, Jonna. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Heather, for sharing your powerful stories on behalf of the tens of millions of Americans who are in the line of fire as a result of the unprecedented Republican assault on health care in America. It's time to reopen the government. It's time to enact a bipartisan spending agreement that actually Americans.
Yes.
And it's time to decisively address the Republican health care crisis. Democrats are in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. Thank you all.
Democratic lawmakers that went to the Speaker's office and they were messing with his signs. There's one lawmaker who was yelling at a Capitol Police officer.
That's the people's office. let's say
nobody
you
was
have a
Keith,
baby,
and then my brother was Keith, and then my nephew was Keith.
375,
So what was weird is my grandparents,
and then when you hit
they didn't
smart
name,
finish,
they weren't
you hit
into
start,
like the junior thing.
it'll
When
start
Yeah.
my
preteen,
dad was
and
born,
it'll
he was the
start
first child
as
born,
like
so they named him Keith.
with
And then
like
4 kids later, the
3
fifth child, my Uncle Joe, was
3
born,
minutes
and he
into
was
the
named
cook,
after
so
my
that
grandfather. So
it
it was kind of a
all
weird
beeps.
thing.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
always funny when that happens.
like
But
they skipped over the first son and named the last son Joseph.
it's like, all right, last chance. Let's.
Unnecessary, but
I know.
necessary at the same time.
But now I
You
spell
know.
it
Because I
Like,
do hate
they've
when
always
you
called
got
my
stuff
nephew
that's done and other stuff that's not done. Say you
But
want roast
like,
potatoes up top.
in college.
Do something when
But we
there's
still call
potatoes
Yeah.
on the
Because
top.
there's no other way, like when you're having a conversation, to say, because he's not a junior, he's a third,
Yeah.
like third, like it just feels weird. So the shorthand is little Keith, but you're just like looking at this, oh my God, Keith, and he's like, and he always does, she's so cute, he doesn't care. But,
It's like Tony Soprano's uncle in Sopranos is Junior, even though
Junior,
he's like,
huge.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he's like 80 something by the time
Yeah,
the series
yeah,
starts.
They put
Yeah.
enough,
Well, I always think that that's like the iron, they do that.
Yeah.
They always
Put
just
like
like
a little
the biggest
retaining
person in the
wall
room,
Yeah.
tiny,
at your
and
house.
everything, you know. This is tiny.
send you a couple pictures.
And yesterday we had, like, probably 7 cameras set up on the rafters.
Most people got their film already, so.
I texted
Maybe
you.
I saw the Jerry
I don't get protected.
might call him today. I've been trying to touch base with him every week. Just because, like, it's some stuff. I feel like this joint technically could be done.
Yeah, it's weird,
And
yeah.
the only
I
thing
just
that
turned
really,
it to, like, the big screen.
well, nothing is actually done. But like,
Yeah.
pool is there.
The actual hour.
I need to have a conversation with the contractors and just say, like, we need some way to get that.
Like 15 minutes before or something.
Yeah.
because
It's a couple things.
you know,
that
I
on
think
the backside of that pool.
If you put it in as an event, it'll show up beforehand, but then I think as soon as it ticks over into that, like, it then disappears, which is why the meeting is the better
It
option.
depends, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why Andy
So-
always calls for having a meeting, because that can schedule the end time, which means it'll stay up there for
But once
Yeah.
force,
but it can, you know, but it'll go away
there's like a
So
line.
we
after
need-
2:01.
we need a combination of
That.
So once that came in,
I
they
don't
had
know
to
if
basically at the backside.
Maybe if they just
out of
remove the
ground,
option for
you know,
events
way it is
entirely,
now.
and then it's not trying to
Now,
pull
at
in,
that
because I think
point-
it's giving priority to the events.
I
And
do
so
like
it's like
it
leaving
because
that
it gives
space,
me
oh, there's
upper
no
middle
events
word,
scheduled
I
right
do
now.
like it.
So it's giving you that.
But here's a couple things. One,
And then the meetings are like lower
I mean, it does
priority.
pick out like no meeting, like no event.
Once that time is actually started, but
inside the
yeah.
pool never changed.
And then you can change the, you know, because that's the problem, like if you put the
Bigger,
screens on
a bigger shower.
with the
Which I
studio
think is
feed,
important, but there's nothing you can do about it now, so now you
you
get
can't
sweat.
see
Yeah.
that bottom half.
Um,
I don't know. Oh, my goodness. I feel like Kevin
I always
Bacon.
feel like I just take it off.
Like, it's just-
You know,
And it's not even like, it's not, it's just, the only thing
number
happens
two,
here.
the coping,
Ends.
you know, stones go
Well, they
around.
can,
So-
really.
Yeah.
So you're just
Once that
going
back
back and
wall was
forth,
exposed,
back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
so say the top of the
It's a
pool
lot.
is 16 inches, right? So they had 16-inch coping, and they put it on all the way around.
Feels like it's the same event.
We never really spoke
I
about
just keep saying,
it beyond that wall, but even if it was just,
although today had a lot
it
more
was parts of the wall that weren't like
things.
even, like it wasn't.
Well, there were like, we had
perfect
triangle events
16
today, the
inches.
Supreme Court's, you know, doing oral arguments,
So,
and
like,
protesters
something was
are over
gonna
there,
have
and
to
members
go
are over
in.
there. And
Either
then
they
all
would
of
come and
these,
like chip some of that wall away,
Senate's in
which I
session,
don't
I
think is
don't
a
know what
great
they're
idea,
doing, I can't keep track.
or whatever. But
You know, I was walking across
I
the plaza,
wanted
I
to
could
put
hear
stone
the
on the wall.
echoes of the
Uh,
protests at
I
the
guess
Supreme
the
Court.
stuff
They had some good, like, their
Maybe
playlist was pretty good.
Yeah,
Oh my
their
God.
sound system was solid.
They were
because
kind of-
I
the
could hear
pool
them
guy
pretty
was
well,
kinda
and then it
talking
was
like,
reflecting
either
off
way.
of the building and coming back at me from the other direction.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have some hangover. I
Yep.
swear. You know, because you don't want the
At
water
first, when I
just
first got
coming
out there,
down. Like, let's
I
say
didn't
put
remember
stone
about the
on
court's
there.
oral
You
argument
don't want
today.
the tops
So,
finished, and then
At first
have
I
a
just
space
heard,
and then that
like,
stone, because
a
then
loud
the water
voice,
just
and I was
flowing
thinking,
down the
as the
back
guy
of
with the
route.
bullhorn, it knocked
Eventually
and
it's
back
gonna
over
go.
his head. But it
So
wasn't him.
now we're taking the coping off
Starting
to
soon.
buy new coping and put that on, and it's like, so now we've wasted time taking it off. and we're buying more. You know,
Honestly, one of the only reasons I'm like, it's good to
I
have
know some
somebody
days we
like that.
kind of lost because the pool just have all this.
Yeah,
water.
I know.
Only leave it to chance when I don't think that's gonna
The
happen,
pump.
but I just,
The pump stopped
I asked
running 4
Kinsey
times.
if she could
And they'd have to
Google
come
that
and like
Andy
hand
cited.
that joint up.
And she was like,
You know, so you
you
lose
know, I
like
don't know
maybe a whole
if,
day.
you know,
If somebody's
it's
hand
officially like
digging, you know,
written
they
in
gotta dig it up.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Well,
5.
as long
1,
as
2,
we're all
3, 4.
citing the same rule
1,
consistently.
2,
So we
3,
have
4,
to-
5,
doesn't
5,
mean
4,
it
3,
says that
A,
the
B,
the
C.
executive committee of correspondence has.
Talking as if I'm actually speaking, actually talking to people and giving a press conference. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yep.
But it's just like, there's certain things that are being done
But
It doesn't say like, you can't come in.
just because no decision was made or something. Like, you
They'll
know,
be here.
I hope so.
They're always last minute.
I just don't know why
Okay.
certain
Yep.
We're all able to say
forward,
Rule 6
but
plus
then it's
3
like, oh, we gotta
anytime
take
it
out,
happens.
Because we had to build the wall that has no pictures of, and then we're going to
Well, you do have a network control community that's in here, so that one camera in the center is 5. So.
and use it on top of the wall.
And honestly, like generally, like yesterday with the 9 or 8 cameras that were in here, that was, we don't usually get that many.
Trying to find some place to use it versus buy it if you need it. It's two different.
CBC was at the court though, right? 'Cause
No,
CBC
well, they were, a bunch of members were over there, but they're doing a press at the
I
front.
know he had a lot.
The one
that was the
He had a lot
DWC
of projects.
at the Triangle, I think.
Oh,
But like, you know,
At
this year he
1:30.
said he's gonna work on.
Hold on, let me look at our,
Yeah, I'm pulling up.
because I think 9:15 we had
I was,
CBC.
because Clark was there with Carter, Sue, and
Let's look.
I think they were both for
They might have all been together. Okay, so we had the CHC, sorry, at 9:15.
But I feel like we've kind of been in the
Yes,
same
you're right.
zone
1:30
since like
was the Black Caucus, and then
May.
we have Women's Caucus
In
at
fact,
2.
the pool is actually in the same kind of position
Yes.
as when they first sprayed it.
see, now everybody's here, we got competition.
Because the coping is not on there.
It was nice yesterday.
I think that comes
The guys
She
were
was
the BFD.
something so they could do the concrete.
That's-
Former
that's a
vice
former
president and former president,
They could finally,
so famously quoted.
they could finally come and spray
Oh, that's what she put in the thing. Was that Kristen?
the plaster. and
You're all good with this, right?
No, wait, I meant, oh, I was talking about
He's
the,
thinking like the end of November. I don't know that because
that's actually, that's kind
Oh,
of.
Will?
I feel like where we are right now is where.
That's what it was?
Yeah, and then he was like,
You know,
when he was doing like his back to back to back
Yeah.
that morning, and like the news
We'll see.
he was like, hold on, first the other. I was like, nope,
Yeah.
it's for someone else.
I mean,
He's,
All right, I'm good, thanks.
quick.
Sorry, no, I didn't.
No, we're good. There was just.
I thought it
Give him a
was
quick
just
one.
there. Take your
And
time.
I'm not
We're
overly
done on mic check.
the time and not overly like pounding, but I do want to see stuff getting done when it's nice days to get done. For the most part, the people who have been coming out have been there mostly on the nice days. It was like, I feel like maybe
Oh, you are doing posters?
whenever I get him, y'all will come.
It was in New York, right?
Yeah,
Come.
Did you see my friends there?
there were a lot of people there.
You know, people have been there. But it's like,
Yeah, they live like a free.
They were the.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember when CBS, because I go on like a show all the time.
Yeah.
And I remember when they,
Yeah.
when they were seeing on CBS News, the CBS went down to the story how like they were just like on air for like,
Yeah.
oh, sorry. What's up there?
you sitting on the side of the pool with your legs in the pool. That part you're sitting which is normal.
Yeah? I knew someone who
So that's the part
surrounded
that.
by ladies.
Yeah.
PJ, you have a picture? Oh, okay. So she,
The stuff that gets attached to the wall. You know, because you can't have the rain just coming down into the.
oh, to the side.
But it's cool.
So, it was, yeah, so I did that.
Like, that'd be fun.
Literally, like, I don't know, saying,
Well, then the auditorium was stationed there.
My wife was freaking out about the fact that I was driving back at like 3:30 a.m. or whatever. Yeah.
He said like a week.
What time did you turn around to Boston?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right.
Well, it's not well
I think
lasting.
he was thinking that car could go pretty fast, but, we just gotta get this other part knocked out.
Oh, I was taking a picture. It's okay.
Yeah, it's funny to do one of those.
Right, so you guys had like a little agreement over it.
I used to work at TRT.
I saw it say Aisha Hassan.
Starters, on air at midnight. Wraps like 5 a.m. He's like,
All the best stuff happens in there.
That's funny.
Madam.
Very much. Thank you.
I don't know. Hey, do you do Diwali? I was happy Diwali if they do, but maybe
We do not.
Okay, that's
We do
different.
that. Yeah.
It's funny because Anna, who's a camera person, Anna Suto at the White House, she's Japanese, and I asked her, like, I said, hey, Koreans, Filipinos, and Chinese do like sitting in New Year. She goes, yeah, that's Chinese.
It's like a very specific
All the other Eastern Asians, but don't that
somewhat.
A very specific area. I just like to be like,
It's just funny you always get that spot.
yeah, so it's easier. Like, I don't like to be anywhere where it's like, I like it to be after, because usually after like 3 back and forth.
Happy belated.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I think there was some instructions working on it. Is that the church that you were going to?
There's definitely numbers that are not.
Yeah. That church was actually right on time as far as where I was. Nah, because I was already, by the time we went there, I was already out of it. Like, I was already, I just didn't like the vibe, you know what I mean? Like, I did like the vibe of that.
It's this really popular.
Amy could grade.
It's kind of like recreates those events where like places are like people so like there's one where like juicy basketball questions
Oh, I'm sure.
Who doesn't believe any of it?
Oh, okay.
We was policy of she's a bad.
Is that your goal? Nick got featured on it recently.
What did I do?
The baby looked nothing like him, but
Sorry?
you were featured on this account. Recreate political place all the people with babies.
What did I end up?
No,
No, but doing like what?
it was like you were asking Jeffrey a question.
Oh, yeah, those are very strange. Let's try the other color.
Yeah. I only have 2
It's not as good, but it's faster.
I already have a slow cooker, I feel like.
Well, it's basically a slow cooker, but like, you know, set up. Yeah, set up. They're not that expensive. Christmas.
I'm gonna sit in the front.
Oh, hi, Allie. I'm sorry.
There's no TV thing here, so
Are
I'm
you
alone.
raising one? I don't know. Shut up.
Actually, no, it's a little different.
It is manual though. Wait, are you sure it's not the same one?
Slightly different, very similar.
Aren't those from your service in the army?
Army jackets are very well.
Jackets are so good.
I'm always freezing in here, so I do.
Yeah, smart.
I see some of the green rooms is going to be much longer.
It's like those New York City apartment buildings where they just force the just turn it on. Yeah, just turn it on. You know, control.
Oh, Jesus.
But you didn't have to pay for it. You had no control over what you felt like.
Might do chicken chili, actually.
Oh, I love chicken chili. It needs to be colder, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, what's more appropriate for this temperature, lentil soup or chicken chili?
I mean, I guess I have lentil soup all year round, so
Okay.
I'm a little biased. But chicken chili is delicious.
I think we should do this. We have a bunch of chicken. Yep. 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 It's been decided. It's gonna be chicken chili.
Yum.
Yeah.
You're gonna appreciate this, but Mariana just texted me that she really enjoyed hearing us talk about chicken chili and lentil soup. She can hear us right now.
No, I thought this would be
Conversation. I'm like, we're having some wholesome conversations over here.
It is wholesome and healthy. Hello. And cornbread, which I don't really agree with.
Part of it was my friend offered to drive me home from the house.
Heads up.
Good afternoon. This is day 15 of the Trump Republican shutdown. And House Republicans remain on vacation, having canceled votes for 3 consecutive weeks. House Democrats are here, on duty, ready, willing, and able to do what's necessary to reach a bipartisan agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people, reopen the government, and address the Republican healthcare crisis that is crushing people all across the country. House Democrats have repeatedly made clear, as have Senate Democrats, that we will not support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. We are here to address the serious needs of everyday Americans that have repeatedly been undermined throughout this year by Donald Trump and compliant Republicans in the House and the Senate. The Republican health care crisis is very real. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across the country as a result of what Republicans have done in their one big ugly bill. The fact that Republicans continue to refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits means that tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles that may double, triple, or quadruple, meaning many will pay thousands of dollars more per year, which will make their health care unaffordable. Republicans have also set in motion a $536 billion cut to Medicare that will occur at the end of the year if Congress doesn't act because of toxic provisions in their one big ugly bill. Medical research has effectively been halted in the United States of America. And Republicans are proposing dramatic cuts to the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institute of Health. We're witnessing an all-out Republican assault on the health care of the American people. It's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's un-American. And that's why Democrats are standing up and fighting to decisively address this crisis that our Republican colleagues continue to visit. To the distinguished whip, Catherine Clark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader. Here we are again, another no-show week for Republicans, another week closer to the ACA open enrollment period, another week closer to a catastrophic GOP-made healthcare cliff. This is a solvable problem, but it is an urgent problem. And we need Republicans back in DC at the table and negotiating. And that needs to happen now. Despite what Mike Johnson says, we do not have an eternity to deal with this. Families are already finding out their premiums are about to skyrocket. Parents are realizing they cannot afford to stay insured. Let's take Shauna Verstegen. She's a mom of 2 in Wisconsin who says she is sick to her stomach because her monthly premiums are about to rise by $800 a month. That's $9,600 a year. And for what? So Republicans can cut taxes for the billionaire class at the expense of everyone else. And I mean everyone. This is not about party or geography. Let's ask Alan Reynolds, a proud Florida Republican. His wife has been notified that her premiums are going up $700 a month. Alan said, "I voted for Trump. I did not expect this." We are hearing stories like this every single day. Yesterday, Mike Johnson said he didn't have a strategy. Come on, Mike, don't sell yourself short. You do have a strategy. It's the same strategy the Republicans have always had. Repeal the Affordable Care Act, take from working families, raise their costs, defund their health care, and give that money, all that money, to the very, very wealthiest Americans. It is a losing strategy. It is an unpopular strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of your own constituents and mine, why don't you try a new strategy? Come back to work, take a seat at the table, and let's stop this healthcare crisis you created before it's too late. And now it is my pleasure to yield to the outstanding chairman of our caucus, the gentleman from California, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Whip Clark, and thank you, Leader Jeffries. As you know, as the whip just laid out, the Republican-controlled House has not voted since September 19th, nearly 1 month ago. And in that time, House Republicans have continued to be on vacation. They haven't been holding town halls, they haven't been finding out ways to reopen government, and they haven't been working to save Americans' health care. Republican Representative Kevin Kiley from California even called the Speaker's decision to adjourn the House embarrassing and the wrong decision. What have Trump and Republicans been doing for the last few weeks? Refusing to work with Democrats, digging in deeper into their anti-healthcare position, threatening federal workers, and even offering a bailout to Argentina to the tune of $40 billion in taxpayer money. Yesterday, the Speaker admitted that he didn't have a strategy, and when it came to his position, just that he would not negotiate. Well, Democrats have a strategy. Work with us in a bipartisan way to fund government that keeps health care, lowers the cost of health care, and ensures Americans keep their coverage. If Republicans fail to come to the table, health care for constituents in red districts and in purple districts and in blue districts will continue to spike. Republicans are acting as if their own constituents won't be hurt by their decisions and the recklessness that they've created. But the truth is, thanks to the big ugly law and the looming expiration of the ACA tax credits, everyone is going to see their health care costs increase. In some states, Americans are already seeing the premium sticker shock when shopping for their health care plans for 2026. Soon, this will be rattling households all across the country. Enough is enough. It's time for Republicans to get serious, to work with us, to save health care. The country and their constituents are watching. Leader Jeffries.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Pete. Questions?
Leader Jeffries. Me.
Yeah.
Thank you, first of all, for coming on Fox News. We really appreciate it. We hope it's the first of many more interviews to come. Second, just on the question that I asked you outside, this video, I don't know if you've seen so far, but there's this video circulating that shows a group of Democratic lawmakers go to the Speaker's office, mess with the signs in his foyer, and then one of the lawmakers can be seen yelling at one of the Capitol Police officers. I'm just wondering if you agree with that kind of fight. I know that Democrats are trying to fight, but also how would it feel if Republicans did that at your office?
I haven't seen the video, so I'm not familiar with the characterization that you are presenting. Congresswoman Nanette Barragan has issued a statement on the incident, and I think her statement speaks for itself.
But what do you think about it?
Same answer.
Have you spoken to the Congresswoman about the incident or U.S. Capitol Police?
Briefly.
Do you think any action should be taken on that if you speak with Capitol Police?
Congresswoman Barragan has issued a statement as it relates to the matter. I look forward to a subsequent conversation with her, as well as the Capitol Police. I have nothing to say about the situation that I haven't seen unfold on video at this moment.
I have it on video if you'd like to see, because I think other reporters are going to ask.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Leader Jeffrey. Given the recent court-issued restraining order against Representative Corey Mills, I just wanted to get your message, get any message from House Democratic leadership about kind of what does it say that your Republican colleagues have kind of remained silent or kind of dismissed the allegations that have come out against one of their members? Just what are your general thoughts about the situation?
I want to yield to Catherine Clark on this issue, but this is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Domestic violence is a serious issue in this country for women all throughout America. And the notion that House Republican leaders would dismiss the seriousness of what is clearly emerging as an untenable and frightening situation relative to Representative Mills is irresponsible. And the Congress, then that level of dismissiveness that has been on display amongst my Republican colleagues.
Thank you. The allegations against Representative Mills are disturbing, but as the leader said, it is the response from Speaker Johnson that is not the first time of dismissing allegations, a restraining order that's been put in place as somehow not a serious question. And it is the same way he has approached this entire healthcare issue. And it is a crisis that will be felt by every single hardworking American in this country, but it is going to be felt first by women in this country. And his refusal to come and even negotiate, his saying that health care is some sort of, ancillary issue to what we're dealing with here, his allowing government to shut down in order to say it's my way or the highway. And what we are watching happening to women is really, it is chilling to watch. If you take the fact that since the Republicans have enforced abortion bans, we have 1/3 of all the counties in this country, there's no safe place to have a baby. There is no obstetric care in 1/3 of all our counties. And in some states like Georgia, that's more like 50% of their counties. We are saying to women that all the gains that they were able to make when they about being a human pre-existing condition that denied care in the past to many women, that you are now able to afford and find health care. And we're saying, not for you, not for you, not for your family. And when, about 40% of all births, and that's far higher in Mike Johnson's district, are covered by Medicaid, it's almost 65% of the births in Louisiana. And we're saying that, those cuts to Medicaid, this will just somehow trickle down from the billionaires and provide health care, reopen maternity wards across this country. We hear the dismissal. The American people hear the arrogance and the dismissal that is in all of this messaging. And the American people are making note that if you do not have 9 zeros behind your account number in your savings or checking account, you don't count. And that message to American women, and just writing off these serious allegations against a sitting member of Congress as something frivolous and a ridiculous question, speaks volumes of where they value their constituents, and especially women, in this month, as the leader pointed out, that it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So we hear the message loud and clear, Mike Johnson. We hear it from the GOP. We don't matter. But we're going to keep showing up and do our jobs. We're going to come and fight for the American people so that they get health care and can live with security in their homes, in their communities, and know that they can afford to provide a decent life for their families.
The dismissiveness that we saw on display earlier today is consistent with what Republicans did earlier this year in passing their one big ugly bill, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, stealing food from the mouths of hungry children, women, seniors, and veterans. And all of that was done so that Republicans could provide massive tax breaks that are permanent to their billionaire donors. That's the focus of House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and the Trump administration. Hurt everyday Americans, including women, infants, and children, in order to reward their billionaire donors. That's unacceptable to us. We believe the American people find it unacceptable. And they will be held accountable.
Leader Jeffries, the Trump administration is threatening even more mass firings as the shutdown goes on. Should Democrats demand these firings be reversed to end the shutdown?
We believe that these firings are illegal, violate the law, and will be reversed, either congressionally or by the courts. Donald Trump and his toxic, corrupt administration have been firing federal employees since the beginning of his presidency. And to the extent that they're pretending as if the shutdown has anything to do with the continuation of that effort is a laughable proposition. It's disturbing that they're using hard-working federal civil servants as political pawns to continue their toxic approach to undermining the ability of the federal government to deliver services effectively and efficiently to the American people. It appears that Donald Trump and the administration thought that they were going to somehow bully, threaten, and intimidate Democrats into backing down from our position that we need to decisively address the Republican health care crisis. The Republican efforts to intimidate the American people have failed. And that's why we maintain the position that the only way forward is for Republicans to finally decide to sit down with Democrats, negotiate a bipartisan path forward, reopen the government, pay our hardworking federal employees, and address the health care crisis that Republicans have created that is actually devastating hardworking American taxpayers all across the country, including in rural America. That's an unacceptable situation that the country finds itself in right now, which is why we believe we're standing on the right side of the American people.
Thank you. The Affordable Care Act is about 15 years old, and we keep seeing it come up here in Congress, in campaigns. Why do you think this is such a divisive issue among Democrats and Republicans after all this time?
It's not a divisive issue for Democrats. It's not a divisive issue for independents. and it certainly isn't a divisive issue for the American people. The overwhelming majority of the American people, more than 70%, strongly support the Affordable Care Act and the continuation of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, because they understand the importance as it relates to making sure that every single person in this country, every single hardworking American taxpayer can see a doctor when they need one, or when their children or their family needs to go see a doctor and get the health care that they need. Republicans are the ones who have been continuously obsessed. They really need an intervention as it relates to their obsession connected to the Affordable Care Act. Republicans have now tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act more than 70 times over the last 15 years. They failed every single time. And yet they continue to try to rip health care away from the American people, including their own constituents. The top 5 states that benefit from their residents getting health care as a result of the Affordable Care Act tax credits are all states won by Donald Trump. They include West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Tennessee, and Mississippi. 45% of the people who are on the Affordable Care Act right now are Republicans. 35% Democrats, and 20% independents. The Affordable Care Act should not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Healthcare is an American issue. Protecting hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers, that's an American issue. Standing up for Medicare and Medicaid, as Democrats are doing, that's an American issue. And it's perplexing to us that Republicans refuse to spend a dime to protect the health care of the American people. But somehow the Trump administration found $40 billion to bail out a right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina in ways that are also going to continue to hurt our soybean farmers in Iowa and in the Midwest. That's outrageous. This is corruption in real time. It's having serious consequences on the American people.
Leader Jeffries, will you attend a No Kings rally on Saturday? And what do you think of Speaker Johnson and other Republicans calling these Hate America rallies?
I mean, it's extraordinary to me, and I want to defer to Pete and Catherine on this, but, you know, House Republicans are flailing. These people have been on vacation for 3 consecutive weeks. In fact, going back to the end of July, because of decisions made by House Republican leadership, the Congress has only worked for about 15 days. That's extraordinary. And then Republicans and Donald Trump shut the government down, and they're forcing hardworking federal civil servants to work without pay or to be furloughed. Like, Republicans are not serious about solving problems for the American people. They're creating problems. And so the effort to mischaracterize the rallies that are going to take place all across the country is part of the continued right-wing disinformation machine that is failing to persuade the American people as to what this shutdown is all about. And as a result, Republicans are falling apart.
I'll be at a rally. I'll be holding an American flag in my hand as well. It seems that Speaker Johnson and House Republicans only believe that free speech matters if you agree with their speech. So my message to the American public is that's what Speaker Johnson feels. If you don't agree with him, you're un-American. So join us. We'll see you out there. And in California, we're going to continue to remind people about the importance of Proposition 50. I wouldn't ever politic from this lectern, but Californians understand what's at stake, and they understand an ability to push back against Donald Trump is on their ballot. And more importantly, these ballots are on their kitchen table. And so the importance of these rallies are, do you believe in pushing back? Do you believe in standing with us as we fight for health care? And do you believe that we should safeguard next year's election before Donald Trump tries to rig the election? Then you're a yes on 50. And so my message will be clear, but I'll be the one wearing red, white, and blue as well.
Just think about where we are, where millions of Americans are coming out to say, we elect presidents, we don't have kings, and the Republicans are like, how un-American. I mean, just how, they are so blatant with their disregard for how our system works, for how our Constitution is put together, for how we are supposed to be a country that operates under the rule of law. And layer on top of that, that they are saying to the American people, if you are not extremely wealthy, you don't count. You don't count. And when you're saying to those same farmers who are coming to my office, and I don't exactly represent a large agricultural community in suburban Boston, but they're coming to my office because they are hurting and they are desperate to get the attention of members of Congress, because it's not only the soybean market that they are losing to Argentina and Brazil because of this administration's tariff policies, they're losing their health insurance. Half of all family farms rely on the ACA, and this $40 billion could go a long way towards that tax credit that they've decided to take away. Their priorities are completely upside down. Why would they possibly double down on what they're sending to Argentina, take away health care from millions of Americans, and increase premiums for every American, and say that people coming together to peacefully protest is un-American? It's no wonder they're not showing up to their jobs. They've forgotten what they're even supposed to be doing here, and representing the people, not a president.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Speaker Johnson said this morning that while there are no talks on the leadership level, there are talks among appropriators, bipartisan, bicameral. Can you give us an update on those talks? And is there any scenario where, if this thing keeps dragging on for weeks and weeks and weeks, that that the Appropriations Committee could actually, there would be no need for a stopgap, because you could start passing individual appropriations bills, including addressing some of the issues that you're demanding?
There are informal conversations that are taking place in the Senate relative to a potential bipartisan path forward, but those conversations have not extended to the House as it relates to the appropriators. Rosa DeLauro made clear earlier today that she's had no outreach from the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Tom Cole, and there hasn't been any indication of a Republican willingness to actually sit down and work out a bipartisan agreement that makes life better for the American people, that reopens the government, and that addresses the Republican health care crisis. That's challenging. This is day 15 of the government shutdown. And what we've gotten from Republicans is Donald Trump has spent more time on the golf course than he spent talking to Democrats about reopening the government. Mike Johnson and House Republicans have been on vacation for 3 weeks with no indication that they intend to come back, notwithstanding the fact they shut the government down, are hurting everyday Americans, and refuse to address the health care crisis that they've created. Yet somehow they found $40 billion to bail out Argentina, in order to benefit and enhance the lifestyles of the rich and shameless, those financiers who are connected to this corrupt Argentinian deal. But they can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, whose expiration is going to impact tens of millions of Americans. They can't find a dime. They can't be bothered to even sit down and have a conversation. In real time, the Republicans are showing the American people what they're all about. Cruelty is the point. And they only care about the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. This is the Trump friends and family plan that's hurting the American people and has been since day one. It's the only thing they care about. They promised that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down here in America. Costs are going up. Inflation is going up. The Trump tariffs are causing thousands of dollars in additional expense for everyday Americans all across the country. Housing costs going up. Grocery costs going up. Electricity bills through the roof. And now people all across America, including in so many different rural communities, are about to experience dramatically increased health care costs that's unsustainable for them and for their families, and Republicans could care less. Thank you all.
All right, can I just follow up real quick? Are you being appraised at all on the informal Senate talks that you
Yes.
just referenced? Are
Yes.
they making progress?
Yes. Thank you.
Clarify, are you going to the rally this weekend?
I'm not sure of my schedule this weekend yet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nice. That was you who just followed up on the rally? Oh.
See the baby dog cake?
Right, that's like
Freaky.
They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison because we don't want to have them come back. So we literally put them in our prison, which we don't want to do. But we bring them back to their countries. Working with state and local partners, the FBI arrested over 8,000 violent criminals during the course of this period. In major cities like in New Orleans, Nashville, we saw a 250% increase in arrests. And we really went after the bad ones. These include 725 individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces. That Make DC Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. The restaurants are opening, restaurants are full, and usually that means a lot of good things, but restaurants that were closed are now opening up, and everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually, and everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington, D.C., and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in Washington. They're being killed on an average of over 1 a week. The Make DC Safe Task Force has been incredible, and the Make Memphis Safe Task Force is having very similar results. It's much earlier, but we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy, bring them in. Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop. And more so because of the success that we had in D.C. I think if we didn't have that success, nobody would even believe it. So I want to congratulate all of the incredible law enforcement professionals joining us today, especially Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's terrific, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list, 4 of the most wanted. Actually, 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend. And Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too, on other things, but on this too. To defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know, I mean, I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason, like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to. You better. I tell you what. The people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the administration. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But, Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash, as an example, told me that people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago. And we brought the numbers down a little bit. And but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it was like, can you believe it? We're trying to save Chicago. But I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing. And thanks to your brave leadership and the mandate you were given by the American people to not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime, you tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it. This is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts, because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of 200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here. If you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone and prosecutions. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms, and who are violating everyday Americans. These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. To date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI, led the charge, not just on summer heat, but he also led the charge in the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbanger. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities, and you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our brave partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country, because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America, and we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one, it took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were senselessly murdered because of the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Great job. Very good. Very impressive.
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests, there were 12 guns seized, and there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us.
President. So this is a great day, and I think there's stats that the director talked about which are important, but I want to give 2 examples of what Summer Heat has done that actually will apply hopefully to everybody in this room. The first is for over 4 years during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over 4.5 year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there, it's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what Summer Heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those 2 examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump and Director Patel. So I will tell you, Attorney General Bondi and I are together every day with Director Patel, figuring out ways that we can continue to do this work, and it's not going to stop. Like the Attorney General said, and like the President said, this is just the beginning, or phase 1, or a start, whatever you want to say, but it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI. You found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
First of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country, it's a mandate. So I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone since January 20th has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets just since President Trump's been in office.
And Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry applied to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly.
Mr.
President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? This way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. They have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives. Yeah,
Mr. President, on that issue.
I know you've talked about, I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about having some distaste for Boston recently. Is this one of the cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah, well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. Most of them are low IQ. But and they're so bad. What's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yeah, Boston, she's got 4 areas that are, wrong. And, somebody said, would we think about taking the World Cup away from Boston if they don't straighten it out? And the answer is yes. We have the right to do that with FIFA. So if we think that L.A. is going to be bad, or we think that applies a little bit to the Olympics too, but we'll talk about FIFA first. FIFA is very hot. If we think there's any reason that, whether it's Boston or anywhere else, that they're not doing their job, we're going to take those World Cup games and move them someplace else.
Thank you. And then Director Patel, there's been so many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts. And we delivered at record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective to Luigi Mangione or the Boston bomber, they took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running on absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of
Yeah,
trade?
sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia, because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. That is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years and we got it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, right? And I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged
Well, I can't
drug
do
busts in
that,
the
but
Caribbean?
I authorized for 2 reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back. But that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill. And we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that
but they are given information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters. When they're loaded up with drugs, they're fair game. And every one of those ships they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after those bombs go off. And you can take along.
Attack them, though, that they're
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
Sir, you're going to have Vladimir Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage? Of tomahawks
to who is it?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine. Are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin about
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives. But if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India, a nuclear war. That was getting very close. 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? Yeah. But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But, no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that. And we'll have to make a determination.
President, question, given you have the FBI Director and Attorney General here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged, Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
He's asked him to...
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. We're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent. That's what we have to talk about,
Jordan would
too.
like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well, and when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know, how do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit, and now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. It's what they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter Biden. You look at the signature. As an example, the Europen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a 4-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune. And also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the 2 teenagers that beat up ex-Doge staffer Big Balls probation.
That's incredible.
No jail time. Is this justice?
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job, and she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And there was many people against this one guy who was really trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want his hooded over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Yeah. Wow, that's terrible. I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. They can do their job and then they go into a court and the people are protected by these, I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because, Cash, I think that Jeanine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. and then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys, and they're young, and if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Roger Gore has just gotten back from India. What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that he's a great man, you know. Modi is a great man. That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months. And this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time. And he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know, maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, you can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians, because he's killing a lot of Russians. Again, it doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy. They assured me they will. Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid, and are all the...
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to you, thanks to your great work, Mr. President. The 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid, okay? And we want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person, Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer. All right.
On Hamas, sir, what is your understanding of the pace of returning the deceased hostages? Are you pleased?
Well,
with
they're
that
looking
pace?
for them, absolutely. Living hostages all back. They returned some more today. It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
CENTCOM today suggests that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it. We're
Why
gonna
not just
well,
yield?
because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran is not powerful anymore, between what Israel and us did, because, the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. We shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice, but we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, conventional, we will call it, and what see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very... Think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it. You couldn't see anything. And they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you still see no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel. But we have other countries that are now. We signed, many countries signed. And many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers. And Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran. And now Iran says, don't get us involved. The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, they're trying to survive. When I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks.
Yeah.
If you can't come to an agreement or a deal at that meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. They've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We're making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? Two nuclear powers we are thinking about. I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive tariffs, the tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be a weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us tariffs. It was incredible, but we weren't allowed to charge. So we're allowed to do whatever we want. We just had presidents that didn't want to do it for whatever reason. And it was nothing. But of the 8 wars, I was saying 7, of the 8 wars, I would say tariffs are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them, 5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions. We don't send any cars. They don't take them. They were tariffing us out. Agricultural products, they don't take our agriculture. They want their farmers to do it. I understand that. But it was very unfair, and they were tariffing our product. They're keeping out by using tariffs. And we didn't use them, but I used them. And now we made one of the great deals with your $650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It'll be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay?
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed.
No, I know. The governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time. And I won it big the first time. And I won it big the second time, but we had criminals that didn't allow, I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes, which are being, because I won it the second time too. But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
New Jersey and Virginia.
President, I wonder what you make
By the way, you won Georgia 3 times.
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me? And
do.
he's the media.
For someone that
He's the
spends
media.
a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that. I really have a question about
You know, the word believe isn't strong enough, right?
Yeah,
You
I
know.
there you go.
It's true. I know I won too. We have the great Newt Gingrich. Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country, Callista. So congratulations. And we're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg. You know firsthand, if you could describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to describe what happened in those last 4 years against President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from DOJ. Jack Smith picked as a special counsel, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. And then there are countless things that happened, all in writing, most of them on the docket, that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that the Attorney General and I run now and Director Patel. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing. Because there's no scenario in which you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle, because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4 times, but we're the ones that are weaponizing. So this man is not weaponizing the Department of Justice. We're not weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's the opposite. I mean, and also, nobody questions what I'm saying because it's true, because we all lived the past 4 years. So listen.
They never want to bring up the details. But I watch the fake news, and he's weaponized. And he wants to send them to prison. He wants all this. They indicted me like 5 times. I took a mugshot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mugshot. It's right out there in the door. New York Post, front page of every paper in the world. I had a mugshot. They wanted to send me. Nobody says that. They say he's acting very, very tough. He's acting unfair. Let me tell you, if they've been nice to anybody, it's to those criminals, because they are so good having to do with all of the things we're talking about today with violent crime. But if anything, I think this Justice Department has been so respectful of the law, because the other Justice Department, with Rita or Lisa and all of that scum, real scum, what they did to the political opponent of a guy that has a seriously low IQ. Now, in his case, it was low based on his career, but it got real low, okay? It was descending rapidly. But what they did to go after his political opponent is legendary, worse than any third world country, banana republic. And what we're doing is nothing. Are you kidding? Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment at least. But there's never been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, they say the 2 worst treated presidents by the media, etc., was that man right there, the late, great Abraham Lincoln, and this guy right there, Andrew Jackson. They say Andrew Jackson was treated terribly. They give him number 1 and number 2, but that was before I came along, Newt. I say I have number 1 times 10. Nobody's been treated like I've been treated. And I did a great job. You know, we had a great first term. And we had one of the most successful economies in history, et cetera. I rebuilt the military. We did a tremendous amount. The last part, we had a horrible thing called COVID, and we handled that well. We made ventilators for nations all over the world. We did a great job. Probably never get credit for it. Look at the therapeutics, the Regeneron, all the different things, the vaccines, all the things we did. We did a great job, but we had to focus on that. But we had the best economy in the history of our country. We're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the few days that I've served. 48 days have already hit record highs. And we have, maybe most importantly, the number, we have now, I was saying 17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our country. It's because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country. And they understand that. So we have medical companies coming over. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition to everything. Maybe they'll make more money with that, who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever. So we're very happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been. And I'm a legitimate opponent. I watch my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son, Eric, is a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax, and then wanting to so they know it's a hoax, and they go before the press, say Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. I'll never forget, I get a call from my son Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russia hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously in the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's keep it going. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Take a look. Location.
Thank you, guys.
It's going to be a beautiful trophy.
Thanks, guys. Let's go. Pack up. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, JJ. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Give me 2 minutes.
It's not going. Yeah, those are all cop cars. It looks like these are all cop cars here. I'll let you know if I see the Honda. Copy that. A little bit of a skid. I'm getting some skid. Still getting skid. Copy that. Okay. Copy that. All right, we're clear. Copy that.
After that, you're going to come back to us. We'll be ready. Copy that. I was told to look at the dog back here, so just give me a quick heads up and I'll look back at the Walmart. Copy that. 5 minutes, top of the 4:30. Copy that. Couple of minutes. Standing by. Copy, clear.